Cynthia. Exit unmute, see what that does.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Thank you. And I'm ready to begin whenever you guys are.
We're going to go ahead and begin. Good afternoon, everyone. Go ahead and like to open up with prayer. Can y'all hear me? Cynthia, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go ahead and open the proceedings up with our prayer for Miss Nancy. Where's down here?
Lord, we come to you today, thanking you for a beautiful day that you've given us. Lord, we ask you, God, to help us with the decisions that we make today. Let it be pleasing in your sight. In Jesus' name, amen.
Okay, we're ready to go on the record. The board is made up of 13 members. There's 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician, and 1 consumer. We are a 3-member panel of the board, and we'll start with on my right, introductions.
Nancy Norris Johnson, please.
Lacey Gentry, RN.
I'm Janie Clanton, RN.
Sandra Culpepper, LPN.
Sandra, we have 1 serving as an alternate. Sandra will be serving as an alternate for this particular case, and she will not participate in either the deliberations or the decisions concerning this case. To my right here is our Assistant General Attorney General, and he will be overseeing this, and I'll let him introduce himself.
Good afternoon. My name is Edward Wiggins. I'll be serving as the hearing officer for today. Before we begin, just have to address some matters regarding how we will proceed today. The first matter before the board panel is license number R885364. We will allow for opening statements. We will hear from the licensee, then we will hear from the state. If there are witnesses testifying on behalf of the licensee, we will allow for those witnesses to give their testimony. Of course, the state will have an opportunity to cross-examine them. At the conclusion of the presentation of both sides, we will have closing statements. The board will make findings of fact and conclusions of law, and will render its decision in the matter, a copy of which will be sent to the licensee within 30 to 45 days of today's proceeding. At this time, if there are witnesses for the licensee or the state, I ask that they be sworn in by our court reporter.
Hey, Shane, can I see all the witnesses by chance?
No, I do not.
I don't have any witnesses either, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Well, I think we just need to have the licensee sworn in then.
Okay, will you raise your right hand, please? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, for the record, I will note that there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. The board may deliberate and make its decision in executive session. Formal rules of evidence do not apply. At this time, Mr. Simmons, you are not represented by counsel, is that correct?
That's correct. I'm not.
You understand you have the right to be represented by counsel?
Sir, yes, sir, I do.
You understand you have the right to present witnesses on your behalf?
Yes,
You also understand that you have the right to have subpoenas issued on your behalf.
yes, sir.
You further understand that you have the right to question any witnesses presented by the state.
Yes, sir.
And it is your testimony today that you're ready to proceed with this matter.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Ms. Salzman, counsel for the state, do we have any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. We'd like to move at this time to enter into evidence exhibits B1 through B8, and B8 does include the restoration packet that Mr. Simmons submitted. And Mr. Simmons has been provided a copy.
Mr. Simmons, have you had an opportunity to review those exhibits?
I'm just now looking at them.
I want to take a minute to go through them.
Have what? Yes.
Mr. Simmons, have you had a chance to review those exhibits?
Yes, sir, I have.
Do you have any objection?
No, sir, I do not.
The exhibits will be admitted. Anything further, Ms. Salzman?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Since this is a restoration for Mr. Simmons, we will begin with you. You can present your argument in support of your restoration. I remind you that the burden is yours to prove to this panel that you are ready to be or have to have your license restored. Once you complete that, the counsel for the state, Ms. Salzman, will have an opportunity to ask you questions as well as members of this board panel. If you are ready to begin with an opening statement, you may do so at this time.
Okay. Members of the board, thank you for, excuse me. I just want to first thank you for the opportunity to be sitting in this chair right now. I'm here today not hide or to deny anything, but to be truthful in my actions that took place while I was working as a registered nurse. And through the course of my treatment over the past years and taking part in my recovery from alcohol and substance abuse, that I'm aware that I have a problem, had a problem with alcohol and drugs, and that I've taken steps to be an active member of the AA program. And my life has changed considerably since the day that I admitted I had a problem with alcohol and drugs. And with my restoration, I have taken the suggestions of the restoration program and have given 110% to obtain the objectives of each thing, each requirement listed. And again, I just thank you for the opportunity to be able to sit here today before members of the board. At the time of my revocation in 2015, if someone was to ask me, did I see myself sitting in this chair 7 years later? The answer would be no. In working the AA program, you're taught steps that you take to heal yourself and think about things that you've done. But it's not until you sit here before you today that the full scope of your actions hits you. And in my time as a registered nurse in the state of Mississippi and traveling through other states, I left the path of destruction and I know I hurt a lot of people, and I believe that given the opportunity, people do have the ability to change. And I just thank you again for allowing me to be here.
Thank you, sir. Counsel.
Today, Mr. Simmons is asking this board to restore his license in this state to practice registered nursing, and the burden of proof is on Mr. Simmons to show any and all evidence as to why restoration of his license should occur. Mr. Simmons was first licensed as an RN in the state in June of 2010. And on May 28, 2015, his license was revoked by this board for diversion of drugs, including Dilaudid and morphine, and for falsifying medical records. Mr. Simmons has now filed an application seeking restoration of his license. When considering this request for restoration, I would ask this board panel to carefully consider the following factors: severity of the action that resulted in the revocation of his license, his conduct prior to surrender of that license, his compliance with restoration requirements since that time, whether he is in violation of any applicable statute, board, order, or rule, to look at his rehabilitative efforts, to consider his competency to practice nursing, and lastly, would ask this board panel to evaluate his ability to safely practice nursing. Thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel. All right, Mr. Simmons, you may proceed with your argument in support of your restoration of your license.
In the very beginning stages of when I come here before and presented before the board, I had took the recommendations of the board members and went into treatment at Harbor House and Byram and completed their 90-day program, including the transition secondary housing. At that time, I relapsed. And there were a lot of things that would change and take place, and before I fully understood the scope of what I had done working as a nurse. And at my current employer, excuse me, when I started there 3 years ago, I found something that I had been looking for. I had found security and employment. I was comfortable and just content, and I was maintaining sobriety. Phases of the restoration, I let fear and shame and resentments and anger at myself get in the way of my sobriety and becoming dedicated to work in the restoration program. And at a moment of clarity, a year and a half ago, if not slightly longer than a year and a half, I had a moment of just a feeling like a ton of bricks. And I come to the realization that I fully started to understand the scope of substance abuse and alcoholism, the violations that I clearly where I had clearly violated rules and regulations and laws working as a nurse, and that I wanted to become a different person. And through working in the AA program and being involved in my recovery, I feel that I'm a different person than I was 7 years ago. Looking back at the time of graduating nursing school, it's clear to me that I have had a problem with alcohol and substance abuse long prior to graduating the program. And looking back now, I know that I wasn't ready to be a nurse, and not having dealt with those issues that I was struggling with, and not to place blame on any one thing for causing alcohol, the dependency on alcohol or drugs, but though I see the issues that I needed to deal with to stay sober. And it's been close to 2 years of sobriety, and I've taken the actions of the restoration program. I had let so much time lapse that I didn't even know if I was eligible to do the restoration program. And the day that I got sober was the day that my life changed. And I feel at this time I am capable of working as a registered nurse. That was becoming a nurse was my lifelong ambition from the time that I was a small child helping people. And that's the work that I want to return to. And I continue to be involved with AA and NA, and that will always be a part of my life, no matter the outcome of today. I am a person that needs that support and that fellowship, and um, when I was first taken to the director of nursing's office in 2013, I was advised to self-report, and I thought that I could be the person that could get better on my own without help, without support. And I started traveling, and I went from state to state. And that person that did that, it was a very scared, individual that was not seeking help. And there are step 8 talks of making amends with people that you've hurt. There are amends that for the length of time that I spent diverting narcotics from the hospital setting, it was a long time in terms of the people, the fellow nurses, the hospitals, administrators that I deceived. And I don't know if I will ever see those people again. And most importantly, the patients of whom I cared for that didn't receive their proper dosage or any medication because I was on a self-destructive path of self-administration. And at the time, whenever I didn't have access to controlled substances, my alcoholism was increased 100-fold. And I wake up every day I have the opportunity and the ability to wake up every day clear-minded, level-headed, and most importantly, sober. And when you become sober, you gain a new perspective of what the word gratitude means. And I truly am grateful for this opportunity to be here. It's a great feeling to wake up every day knowing that you can be a responsible adult, a contributing member of society. And that's all I have at the time.
So, any questions for Ms. Simmons?
Yes, Your Honor.
May proceed.
Mr. Simmons, what is your current place of employment?
I work for a Just Chiropractic Center in Brookhaven, Mississippi.
How long have you worked there?
I've worked there for 3 years.
And what do you do there?
Excuse me. I'm responsible for patient intake as far as obtaining history of their pain condition where they're hurting as a chiropractic assistant. Have become certified as a limited X-ray machine operator. And as of yesterday, promoted to office manager.
And would you tell this board what your educational background is?
I'm a graduate of Lawrence County High School in 2006. I graduated from Kappa Lincoln Community College with an associate degree in nursing as a member of Phi Theta Kappa. And then I completed the online bridge program from RN to BSN through the Mississippi University for Women, though that account and degree is on hold as I owe the institution tuition.
And after you completed your education, what year were you licensed first by the Mississippi Board of Nursing?
In 2010,
And in 2010, were you already addicted to controlled substances when you were issued that license?
yes, I was.
And at that time, what were you addicted to?
Alcohol. And looking at my life now, I have a long-standing history of abuse to controlled substances.
And you mentioned previously that you were a travel nurse.
That's correct, yes.
Held any other licenses in other states or jurisdictions?
No, I have not. Just worked as in the licensure compact states.
And after you were licensed in 2010, where did you first begin working?
My first employer was Select Specialty Hospital in Ridgeland or Jackson.
And how long did you work there?
Approximately 3 years.
So would that have been approximately 2010 to 2013?
Yes, that's correct.
We've discussed today what took place 7 years ago, and there was a final order entered against you in May of 2015. You're familiar with that, I'm sure.
Yes, I am.
And at the time, what did the board do with your license?
At the time, I was still a resident of Harbor House, and my primary counselor at one of our one-on-one meetings had informed me that the board had come to the decision to revoke my license.
And do you recall what the basis for that revocation was? The facts, underlying facts of the revocation?
At the time of being in treatment, I was not aware of each specific order or the final order.
When did you work at River Oaks?
I was employed at River Oaks Hospital around 2012 and 2013.
And when did you work at Baptist Hospital?
My employment with that Baptist was in 2013 as well.
Now, is it true that you have received a cease and desist order from the Arkansas Board of Nursing?
That is correct. Yes, I have.
Do you have any other cease and desist orders from any other states within the compact?
I do not that I'm aware of.
And what age were you when your addiction issues began?
That would be the age of approximately 14, 15 years old.
And today you're here because you're requesting this board restore your license as an RN. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you remember when you filed your application for restoration with this board?
I filed my application April April of this year.
I know you touched on your treatment previously at Harbor House. What other types of treatment or rehab facilities have you attended?
When I completed the program at Harbor House, there was a length of time for close to a year where I was not maintaining sobriety, and I self-enrolled at a facility known as Adult Mercy House Adult and Teen Challenge in Georgetown, Mississippi, and was there for approximately 1 year.
So you were inpatient for 1 year.
That's correct.
Have you attended any other treatment facilities since that facility?
I have not.
What year was that? Where you attended? Was it Mercy? Is that what you called it?
Yeah, Mercy House.
What year is that? Where you completed your year?
That was around August of 2017.
So you've not been in any inpatient treatment since 2017, is that correct?
That's correct.
Have you had outpatient treatment since 2017,
I
other than the AA and the NA meetings?
have not on an outpatient basis.
If you would, please tell this board what your sobriety date is.
It was November 13th, 2020.
And that's a hard date,
It is, yes.
meaning you have not slipped at all since that time.
I have not.
And if that was your sobriety date, November 13th, 2020, what did you do immediately prior to that date? What types of drugs or alcohol?
It was alcohol.
But today you're saying that you haven't had any alcohol since November 13th, 2020.
I have not.
I know you mentioned that you have been addicted to both controlled substances and alcohol.
That's correct.
And do you continue to battle with both, with addictions to both, insofar as you still want to partake in both?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
That was a bad question. Do you still crave alcohol and controlled substances both?
Today, I have no desire to drink or use drugs.
And you mentioned that you do attend AA meetings. How often?
At least 3 a week, if not more.
How many times per week do you attend NA meetings?
It varies depending on my work, and the NA meetings in my area are a little more limited than the AA meetings.
So if you had to give me an approximate amount of times that you would attend an NA meeting in a given month, what would it be?
4 to 5.
Do you have a sponsor?
I do.
Is that sponsor someone that you meet with regularly?
I do.
Is that through AA?
Yeah, it's through the AA program.
Do you have a support group outside of your sponsor? Whether it be church, family?
I have a very supportive family that is aware of my addictive past, and support group within the AA community, and current coworkers.
Do you attend any other type of counseling outside of AA or NA currently?
I began through my health insurance, was sent an email regarding telemental health therapy sessions with a licensed counselor. I started those in January of this year, and I meet with her once per week.
What is the date of your last drug screen?
I have revised the board's information before you to reflect from the time I submitted the application up until today, but I did not update mine. But it was in, I believe, June 28th.
Was that a clean drug screen?
Yes, it was.
Mr. Simmons, let's briefly talk about your criminal past. I saw in your restoration packet that you had a DUI first in 2010. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Shoplifting in 2013. Is that correct?
Correct.
Sorry, public drunk in 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
And what is the status of those criminal charges? Are they resolved? Are they any of those still pending against you?
I obtained records through the court watch program. There are no pending criminal charges against me. I completed the court watch program for these charges.
And is there any other criminal history that you have that this board should be aware of?
There's not.
And Mr. Simmons, would you please tell the board why you're now seeking restoration of your nursing license after 7 years? Why do you believe that now is the time for you to seek restoration?
I needed time to deal with a lot of issues that I was not willing to face at one point in my life. And working for my current employer is that my hire date was a blessing in disguise. It's allowed me opportunities to grow and to be able to commit to my meetings and getting a sponsor. And the biggest eye-opening experience for me was, the moment that I realized I no longer had the desire to drink or use alcohol. There's no more going to parents' house or someone else's house where the old behavior of where am I going to get my next fix come from. I no longer have those thoughts. I can enjoy social gatherings without having to be intoxicated or want to use alcohol. There's a time in my past where I did the incomprehensible. I did what I did a lot of bad things, broke a lot of rules, and to satisfy that urge that I always had. And today, I don't have those. I don't have cravings. I have a strong support system behind me. I have had the opportunity to meet nurses who have been probably sat right here in this chair. And knowing that they're in the future, if a restoration is granted, that there is still policies and procedures that I would follow. The monitoring phase, I become very dedicated to working towards a restoration, to become a nurse again. And
Mr. Simmons, do you feel that you're competent to practice nursing after 7 years out of the field?
I do.
Do you worry or feel that your sobriety will fail when you're again around narcotics, controlled substances?
I do not feel that being around controlled substances would hinder me in any way.
And should this board restore your license, are you agreeable to complete any refresher courses or any other requirements the board deems necessary for restoration of your license?
Yes, I am.
I tender the witness.
Any questions for Mr. Simmons from the board panel?
I have a question. Mr. Simmons, will you describe the relationship between you and your AA sponsor for us, please?
It took me a long time to ask this person to become my sponsor. And once I asked him that question. I said, why is it taking me so long to get a sponsor? And he chuckled and he told me that, he said, well, because we're alcoholics. He said, we fear commitment and we fear change and we're just fearful people. And that really struck home with me. Once I become sober and once you get sober, things are much more clear. And we meet weekly in one of the buildings that we attend the meetings. And working the steps with him has been a huge eye-opening experience. If it wouldn't have been for taking the first step and asking him to be a sponsor, I don't feel like I'd be where I'm at today. Because going through those steps with him, being able to share everything that I've ever dealt with to a person and not fear judgment, it's been changing. And we both share, I was drawn to him just from listening to him speak, because you hear somebody with 35 years of sobriety, kind of opens your eyes, because you never think that you're going to be able to spend the rest of your life without alcohol or drugs. You just don't see that being a reality. And it's been a great sponsorship that's turned into a great friendship.
What step are you on?
Right at 8.
Do you have any potential for work if we do restore your RN license? Have you thought about what area, what type you want to practice?
I have given that a lot of thought. At one time, knowing in the nursing field, there are unlimited opportunities. You can work in any department, any area, and if granted restoration, my goal is to further my education. I love to show people, teach people. That's a long-term goal. But in my current employer, it's a clinic type setting. I've enjoyed that setting. I'm kind of gotten used to that as well. But one area that keeps popping up in my mind, an area that I would like to do is dialysis.
Why? Is it the safety of that, the safety net of dialysis nursing?
It is. And yeah, my first job was at a long-term acute care facility. I loved it. I don't think I realized then what comes with being a nurse and working in a facility like that. But given the opportunity to work as a nurse in the state of Mississippi again. After refresher courses and following the guidelines, I do feel like I could return to a hospital or clinic setting. My goal is, if given the opportunity, is just slowly get my foot back in the door. I'm not in a hurry to leave my current employer. But I do see, as I said, given the opportunity to continue to grow and want to get that bachelor's degree.
Do you plan on continuing with the AA and the NA program?
I do. A year and a half ago, when I realized that my life was slowly changing, I made the decision right then and there in front of my sponsor that AA, NA will always be a part of my life. It's an illness that has to be treated like any other illness, and spiritual progress is what I have to have, and I have to do it on a daily basis. So AA, NA has become a huge part of my life. If I have to, I miss family functions and do whatever it takes to get to a meeting.
Anything further from the panel? Mr. Simmons, what is the status of your Arkansas license?
It was, I was working off of my Mississippi license as part of a compact state.
So is it still on C and D?
What's that?
Assist?
Yes.
Any follow-up, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
All right, counsel, you have the floor.
Again, I would respectfully request the panel consider the following factors today in Mr. Simmons' request for restoration: severity of the actions that resulted in the revocation of his license, his conduct prior to and subsequent to, his compliance with restoration requirements, whether he's in violation of any applicable statute, court order, or rule, his rehabilitative efforts, his competency to practice nursing, and lastly, to consider whether he can safely practice nursing. Thank you.
Mr. Simmons, if you have a closing, you may make it at this time.
It took me members of the board, it took me quite some time I had to do some healing and some self-evaluation before I had the ability to look at that restoration packet, look at the guidelines and the recommendations for restoration, and fully be able to take on that responsibility. There was a lot of healing that had to take place, a lot of things that I had to work on. But I realized that working as a nurse in any of the areas that I did, I love helping people, and I love doing it in the role of a registered nurse. And I'm fully prepared and have the ability to comply with any of the policies, procedures, and guidelines if I were to be granted a restoration. There was a time where I didn't think any of this to be sitting before you would even be a possibility. And when I looked at that first page of the application and made it down just a few lines, it says, do you have an attorney to represent you? And my first thought was, I don't need an attorney because I'm coming in here fully aware of my actions. There's no hiding, there's no more lying, there's no more running, there's no more being scared. I wanted to come here today as I was going through looking at my final nursing order and looked at each violation. There's a very, not even for a nurse, those are some very serious charges brought forth against me, very serious. And I understand that I alone made those decisions that led to the revocation of my license. And becoming a nurse, again, it's not about redeeming myself, or it's because it's what I've always wanted to do. It's the reason I chose to go to school. And if granted the opportunity to nurse in the state of Mississippi, it goes without words, because through my actions, trying to choose, these are serious criminal offenses. And I could be sitting somewhere else other than members of the Board of Nursing. Thank you for your time, and thank you for reviewing the restoration application.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. Anything further, council?
No, Your Honor.
Clerk, please.
All right, so
You
just
can stay in here.
All right, for the benefit of those in the audience as well as on Zoom, we are going to hear the next matter and we will deliberate on these two matters at one time. And we will have an additional two matters we will deal with once we return from deliberation. So the next matter before the board panel, license number P 329-674, Kimberly, Washington. The licensee is present.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any witnesses?
Here.
Is he going to testify on your behalf?
If you want to.
Does the state have any witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Ask that the licensee, Ms. Washington, and her father, please state your name. Thomas Washington, please be sworn in by the court reporter.
Okay, will you each raise your right hand, please? Do each of you solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Washington, you are not represented by counsel, is that correct?
That's correct.
You understand you have the right to be represented by counsel?
Yes, sir.
You also understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
You also understand you have the right to cross-examine any witnesses presented by the state?
Yes, sir.
Further understand that you have the right to have subpoenas issued on your behalf by the Board of Nursing.
Yes, sir.
And it is your testimony today that you are ready to proceed in this matter.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. We will have opening statements. We will allow for each side to present their arguments. At the conclusion of the presentation of both sides, we will have a closing statements. The board will make findings of fact and conclusion of law and will render its decision in this matter, a copy of which will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days, the conclusion of this hearing. These hearings are open to the public. The board may deliberate and make its decision in executive session. Since this is a restoration, we will begin with the licensee. At this time, if you have an opening statement, Ms. Washington, you may make it at this time.
I just want to thank everyone for giving me the opportunity to come and get my license restored. It's very important to me. I miss it. It's my passion, and I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
Today, Mrs. Washington is asking the board panel to restore a license in the state to practice practical nursing, and the burden of proof is on Mrs. Washington to show any evidence as to why the restoration of her license or privilege should be restored. She was first licensed in the state as an LPN in January of 2014. On July 28, 2016, while licensed and working as an LPN, she tested positive for methamphetamine during a random drug screen where she was employed. In January of 2017, she submitted a statement to this board admitting to the use of meth 4 to 5 times per week. In November of 2017, a final order was entered by this board revoking her license in this state. She's now seeking restoration of that license. And I've asked the board, when considering her restoration request, to carefully consider the following factors: severity of the action that resulted in the revocation of her license, her conduct prior to surrender of the license, her compliance with restoration requirements, whether she is in violation of any applicable statute, board, or rule, to look at her rehabilitative efforts, to consider her competency to practice nursing, and lastly, I'd ask that you consider her ability to safely practice nursing. Thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel. I skipped over the preliminary matters, but I do see that we have exhibits that have been submitted. Would you care to elaborate?
Yes, Your Honor. Today, we'd ask for the introduction of exhibits B1 through B8. B8 includes the restoration packet that was submitted by Mrs. Washington.
Ms. Washington, have you had an opportunity to review those exhibits?
I'm looking at them now, sir.
All right. You have any objection to those exhibits?
No, sir.
Thank you. They will be admitted. All right, Ms. Washington,
Yes, sir.
this is your opportunity to present your argument before the board for restoration of your license. You may begin.
Thank you. When I first got my nursing license back in January of 2014, and I started working, I was very naive, gullible, didn't know a whole lot. And I worked at Calhoun City Nursing Home, and we were very short-staffed. I worked many doubles back to back, and I got with the wrong crowd, and it led me down a very dark road, a long winding road. I have went through several relapses. I have been in inpatient treatment at Life Court in Tupelo, November of 2016. Then I attended 2 outpatient groups with Claire Winters at Imagine Counseling in 18 and 19, I believe. I do NAAA meetings through Zoom with Line Rock Recovery. I have trouble. I have since I was on probation for a burglary charge because of some people that I was with. I had 7 years, 7 suspended with 5 paper. I was let off early for good behavior and I had paid off my fines. And I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Recently, next month will be 2 years. I have been with my aunt who is 93, being her personal caretaker. She is bedbound. She's a right amputee, above the knee amputee. She's diabetic, high blood pressure. I've been taking care of her for the past 2 years. And I hope that y'all see that I am doing my best and I will continue to prove myself to y'all that I want my license back.
Council, any questions for Ms. Washington?
Yes, Mrs. Washington, please tell the board your educational background.
I graduated high school in 2006. I have a Associate of Arts and I graduated the LPN program in December of 2013.
From where?
ICC.
And when did you, what year did you say you completed that?
13. Mhm.
And when were you first licensed by the Mississippi Board of Nursing?
January of 14.
Were you using meth when you first were licensed in January of 2014? By the
No, ma'am.
When did your meth addiction start?
I was around 27 years old. It was around 2015.
Have you ever held a license in any other state other than Mississippi? And if you would, just go back to 2014 for me and tell me the places where you worked in 2014 as an LPN.
Queen City nursing home. It's now Baptist, I believe.
And that's the only place that you've worked as an LPN to date.
Mhm.
And today you're requesting restoration of your license. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about the discovery of your meth use by your former employer. Was it a random drug screen?
Yes, ma'am. Someone had called and told them that they had suspected that I was on something and they did a random drug screen.
Do you recall when you filed your request for restoration of your license?
2 years ago.
I said it was December of 2021. Does that sound right?
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe.
Maybe a year ago. Yeah, a year ago. 20. I think it was 20.
Was it 20? Okay.
Because this December will be 2 years I've been monitored by the board.
What did you do after your LPN was revoked by this board? I know you said that you're currently taking care of your aunt. What did you do?
I went to work at a water well drilling company as secretarial work, janitorial work, just whatever they needed doing.
Tell me about your rehabilitative efforts. You mentioned that you attended a place in Tupelo. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I attended Life Corps November 3rd of 2016 to December 6th, 5th or 6th, I believe, of 2016. And then I attended Imagine Counseling with Claire Winters, 2 rounds of intensive outpatient. Each group was 13 weeks, I believe. And 18.
Have you attended any other counseling or treatment centers since then? And 2 below was just called Life Core, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that inpatient?
Yes, ma'am.
If you would please tell the board your sobriety date.
July 4th, 2019.
Is that a hard date? Have you done anything since July 4th, 2019?
No, ma'am, I have not.
And prior to July 4th, 2019, what did you do? What types of drugs?
Amphetamine.
The 3rd, 2019, or what date?
It was before that. It was a few days before that, but I quit on that day.
So you were still using methamphetamines even after you had drug treatment, both inpatient and outpatient, is that correct?
After the last one, no.
When was the last 13-week in Imagine counseling?
Teen.
If you recall, what months?
I don't, give me just a second. See, that one says December of 18. I'm not exactly sure.
I'm looking in your packet that you submitted V8. And it says that you completed intensive outpatient program on December 13th, 2018. I don't see another certificate of completion for that program, but it's your testimony today that you did that a second time. And
I did do it 2 times. Yes, ma'am.
you don't remember what time of the year, whether it was spring, fall, summer.
In the fall.
So you completed outpatient treatment, you believe,
Twice.
in the fall of 2019.
Right.
And is meth your drug of choice, or have you
Yes,
have an addiction
ma'am.
to any other type of
No, ma'am.
controlled
That was
substance?
the only thing.
You had any issues with alcohol?
No, ma'am.
And how did you obtain the meth?
Through friends.
Are you still associated with the same friends?
No, ma'am.
How long has it been since you drank alcohol?
A very long time. It's been several years.
Do you attend any meetings currently?
I do. AA and NA online with Line Rock Recovery.
How many times a week? I think you testified to this earlier, but how many times a week do you participate?
3, sometimes 4. It depends. 2 of them is actually geared toward nurses. One's AA and one's NA.
So how does that work if it's online? Do you still have a sponsor? with AA?
a sponsor, but I do have a support group with them. I have several people's numbers. I could get a sponsor.
When you say you have a support group with them, do you mean the individuals that participate in the Zoom
Yes, ma'am.
call? Do you have any other support system?
My family, the people that I used to work with that I still talk to, my church when I get to go. But yes, ma'am, that's it. That's about it.
Are you currently taking any medications?
I am on a blood pressure medication, I'm on a diabetes medication. I take Zoloft for anxiety, depression, and I take Voltaren for my back.
I think you referenced some of your criminal history, but let's go through that
Yes,
just
ma'am.
briefly. Is it correct that you were arrested for possession of controlled substances and paraphernalia in 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the status of those criminal charges?
I paid the ticket for that charge and it was expunged off of my record.
And tell me what happened in 2017 related to the burglary that you referenced earlier.
I was with two of my so-called friends and we were extremely under the influence of drugs. And my parents' van that I had borrowed was out of gas. So they got this bright idea that, hey, let's get some gas at the store. And me being under the influence, I was just like, whatever, I'm ready to get home. I'm ready to get rid of y'all. Let's do whatever. Well, the girl that I was with went to the back of the store and she come back with a drink and the alarms went off and we hauled tail out of there and we went to Holka, which is where I'm from. And we went to the store there. Well, I couldn't charge, so I had to call my daddy. And when he got there, they basically stole the van and then my daddy took me home and the cops came and got me.
So your friends stole your father's van after you were dropped off at the second store?
Pretty much.
And then in 2017, you were indicted in Lee County for kidnapping and contributing to the delinquency of a minor by allowing or encouraging a 12-year-old to consume controlled substances. Can you tell us about that?
That was one of my toxic relationships. I let him talk me into anything. And he was, I guess it was a drug deal. And I was naive and I let him do what he wanted to because I loved him. I didn't ask no questions. I didn't want to know. Now I know better. When I found out how old she was, I almost had a heart attack. I'm very ashamed of what happened that day. Granted, I went to work and they drove my vehicle back and I have no clue what happened, but honestly, I don't want to know. It makes me sick to my stomach to even think of what could have happened to that little girl.
So were you doing meth that day?
No, I wasn't even doing it at that point. They come and got me from work and she was in the room. Well, my boyfriend at the time went into the bathroom with a different girl who he had brought to pick me up. And then when they come out of the bathroom, the cops knocked on the door. And that was when they was like, y'all have this female, where is she? And that was when I found out how old she was. And I wanted to crawl up under a rock. I was scared. and sad.
Why did you have a 12-year-old with you?
I didn't even know she was that age. I didn't ask no questions.
Right. But
He
why
was
you there?
him. He was like, we're gonna go see this friend of mine. And I was like, whatever.
You were charged with kidnapping. Was the 12-year-old taken against their will?
She got in the vehicle of her own will, but had I known she was that age, I wouldn't have let her even close to my vehicle.
Was she related to either you or your boyfriend?
I had no idea who she was.
Was your boyfriend doing meth with the 12-year-old girl?
I don't know if he was doing that with her, but I know he smoked weed with her.
And you're saying that you did not do that. You just.
I didn't, not at that time, no.
And what happened with those charges?
They were retired to the file because I had showed my work schedule.
Have you ever had any other criminal charges brought against you other than the 3 we just described?
No, ma'am.
So you have no other criminal history this board should be aware of?
No, ma'am.
In your application, I noticed that you stated you have not done any continuing education courses since your license was revoked by this board in 2017. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why is that?
Right now, I feel like I haven't had time taking care of my aunt.
You began taking care of your aunt in July of 2020, right?
Right.
Okay, and you were revoked by this board in 2017, correct? Correct. Okay, so what did you do during those 2 years?
I just worked full time at the water well drilling company with my dad.
But you didn't take any educational courses during that time?
No, ma'am.
And you were still using meth until 2019?
When I finally got help for the last time, yes.
You also left blank the question that asked about other methods you've used to maintain or improve your knowledge and skill in the practice of medicine since revocation of your license. Have you done anything since you lost your license to keep any training up to date?
No, ma'am, but I can. I'd be more than willing to.
Have you ever practiced in any other state other than Mississippi? Can you tell the board now why you're seeking restoration of your license at this point?
I miss being a nurse. It is my passion. I feel it's what I'm good at. I love people. I love taking care of people. And I just want to make a contribution to the world in a way that I feel is my best.
Do you feel that you're competent to practice nursing?
Yes, ma'am.
And if your license is restored, do you feel that being around controlled substances might cause you to fail your sobriety?
Not at all. My aunt is on some right now that she takes PRN, and it does not bother me a bit.
You mentioned previously that you worked double shifts, it was short staffed, that you were stressed.
Very
at
short
work,
staffed.
And that was the reason that you started down that path. Do you feel like if your license is restored, that the stressful work environment that you might find yourself in would cause you to relapse?
No, ma'am, I do not. I have a very good support system. I have very good friends now that I met through Line Rock recovery. And if I ever need them, they're a phone call away.
And I believe you touched on this before, but if the board does restore your license, are you agreeable to attend and do whatever type of refresher courses or other?
Yes,
type of
ma'am. Whatever it takes.
requirements they implement?
Yes, ma'am.
Tender the witness.
Any questions for the board panel from Ms. Washington?
Ms. Washington, are you aware of the percentage of addicts who relapse who do not have a sponsor?
No, ma'am.
Can you give me any rationale behind why you haven't sponsored?
I had one, but we fell out of touch, and I've kept in contact with my therapist, and I mean, I kind of just used her, I guess, but I can get one. That's not going to be an issue.
What step are you on in the?
I've done them all, but I haven't done them recently. I kind of just threw myself into my work and taking care of my aunt, and I haven't had no use to. I don't even think about it, to be honest. I don't have no cravings. I don't have no urges, nothing like that. And I take care of my aunt, and I try to do my best every day.
How long did you use? What would you?
From 2015, I guess it was around July when I first started experimenting. That was around the time that both my grandmother and my granddaddy had passed away that I lived with. And I started experimenting then, and that was when I caught that paraphernalia charge and got it taken care of. And at that time, I didn't realize I had a lot of internal mental issues, a lot of anger, resentment, anxiety, depression, and then going through those toxic relationships cycles over and over. It really took a toll on me.
How many in-person AA and NA meetings have you attended, would you say? You could guess.
Recently, none. Recently, none. I do most of mine on the Zoom with Line Rock because of my aunt and COVID. But before, when I first started, I was going to the person-to-person meetings.
How long would you say you attended in person?
The last time was back in 2019 when I was around the time when I was going to the in-council intensive group.
And do you find the virtual or the in-person meetings more effective for you?
Personally, I like the virtual better because not only can I do it at home and take care of my aunt at the same time, but I'm the type of person that, yes, I do like being in the public and taking care of people, but at the same time, I don't like being in front of people kind of speech wise, I guess, if that makes sense. I'm very shy and I have trouble, I guess, getting out what I want to say sometimes. And yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Washington, I have a
Yes, ma'am.
question. So to preface this by every nurse takes an oath to do no
Yes,
harm,
ma'am.
protect the public. I have great concerns. What assurances can you give us as a board based on your history of controlled substances, burglary, and kidnapping a 12-year-old that ultimately harm came to? What assurances do we have that your judgment will be secure to protect the public, especially children, after what we have seen here?
I will continue to go to meetings and I will do whatever it is that y'all ask of me. I'm ashamed of what happened. I'm truly embarrassed. And I hate that happened. If I could go back, I wouldn't have even. It makes me sick that people like him that do that exist.
May I ask you this, do you take any responsibility whatsoever?
In my part, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
What is your responsibility in it?
I was driving the car. I should have asked, but I didn't. Because I was mad at the fact that he wanted to go hang out with some other female. And I just sat there.
And I believe that would be my concern as a board. What will your judgment be? Because it's going to be more than having meetings with someone to assure us
Yes,
this won't
ma'am.
happen again. That was a 12-year-old child.
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
So I believe for everybody at the table, we need something more concrete other than I plan to attend meetings.
I will do meetings. I will do drug screens, attend courses. Whatever y'all ask of me, I will do it.
I have no more questions.
Further from panel?
Do you still have a relationship with that guy?
Ma'am, I have not seen or heard from him in years. I have cut everybody like that out of my life. The only people I really associate with is my family and a few friends that I used to work with. That's about it.
LPN friends or your water drilling friends?
There's some water well drilling friends, and then I have one or two that I used to work with that I still talk to, but very rarely. Just to kind of say, hey, how are you? Stuff like that.
Anything further from the panel?
A year and a half, almost 2, I think.
Follow up, counsel. Washington, you had your father, Thomas Washington, as a witness. Did you have questions for him, or did you want him to give a statement?
I don't have any questions. If he would like to give a statement, he can.
I tried to talk to Kimberly when this all started. Was unable to talk to her. She come to me one night, put her arms around me, said, I got to have some help. That's when we started working and got her into life core and changed her situation. I told her then, these people you've been dealing with, you got to put them out of your life or you'll never be any better than you are now. And she did do that. She broke ties with all of them. It took them stealing my van for her to wake up to what they were doing to her. And from that point on, she's been very responsive to me and to what I asked her to do. As she mentioned, she's staying 24 hours a day with my aunt because, as she told, she's lost her leg. And what it's done for her has made her grow up because the care she's had to take. Excuse me, she'd probably burned the water if she tried to boil it before. Now my aunt's had her cooking. She lays in the bed and tells her what she wants to do or what she wants to eat and how she wants it fixed. So I have seen since she asked for help that she has changed person. Thank you.
Did you have any questions for him behind that? Counsel, you have any questions for him?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions for him from the panel? Thank you. Counsel.
I would respectfully request again that the board panel consider the following factors: severity of her actions that resulted in revocation of her license, Mrs. Washington's conduct prior to surrender of her license, her compliance with restoration requirements, whether she's in violation of any applicable statute, board order, or rule, to consider rehabilitative efforts, to consider her competency to practice nursing, and lastly, to consider her ability to safely practice nursing. Mrs. Washington today admitted that she used meth as recently as July 4th, 2019. She's not been attending any in-person AA or NA meetings. She is doing those online. She does not have a sponsor. She admits that she has not done any type of continuing education to maintain her license, and it's been approximately 5 years since she last practiced. And looking at her criminal history, she additionally has, while she used meth, she was charged with kidnapping, contributing to the delinquency of a 12-year-old, burglary. So I'd ask this board panel to take all of those factors into consideration and look at that carefully and making a decision for restoration. Thank you.
Ms. Washington, you have a closing statement to make at this time.
Thank y'all for this opportunity to come before y'all to try and get my license back. I'm truly sorry for my conduct. As a nurse, I'm supposed to know better. But when you are sick with a disease like addiction, it doesn't care, it doesn't discriminate. I hope that y'all can see that I'm trying my best. I have changed, and I hope to continue to grow and learn from this situation and better myself. Try to help others in any way I can.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for the board panel to go into determination as to whether executive session is necessary for deliberation on these matters.
I'll make a motion that we go into closed determination session to determine if executive session is needed.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Now entertain a motion for the board panel to exit to executive session for deliberation on license number R 885-364 and license number P 329674.
I'll make a motion, we go into executive session for deliberations regarding the stated license numbers.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The board panel will now exit to executive session for deliberation on these matters. We will return shortly and render the decision in those matters. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We are back on the record. We'll now entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session.
I make a motion that the board panel go into regular session.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. The board panel is now back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number R 885364, the board panel renders the following: reinstated with drug-related stipulations to include present and future employer notification, indirect supervision, prohibited areas of practice, maximum hours allowed, employer reports, counselor treatment, management team reports, AA, NA attendance calendars, drug screens, support group sponsor and home group, it is noted that a petition to lift the probation regarding this order must be submitted to the board. Are there any questions? Hearing none. Mr. Simmons, congratulations. You'll receive a copy of this order within 30 to 45 days. Best of luck to you.
Congratulations. You did great work.
Following deliberation on license number P 329674, the board panel renders the following: reinstatement denied with drug-related recommendations to include evaluation for chemical dependency, substance abuse, psychiatric, psychological evaluation, courses to include ethics, legal and ethical issues in nursing, substance use disorders, attend AA, NA meetings, obtain and maintain a sponsor. Are there any questions? Hearing none. Ms. Washington, you are excused. The next matter before the board panel, license number R 906311, James Cranmore. Mr. Cranmore, are you represented by counsel?
No, sir.
Do you have witnesses that will testify on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
All right. Does counsel for the state have witnesses? in this
No, Your
matter?
Honor.
I'll ask at this time that the court reporter swear in the witnesses. Prior to that, I will ask that each of the licensees' witnesses identify themselves in order that the court reporter may swear them in. Billy.
Christopher Stone.
Okay.
Garrison White. Tom Wiggins.
Okay, so I'm gonna have each of you, I'm gonna swear you each in at the same time. So if each of you will raise your right hand, please. I'm sorry, the gentleman sitting at the table, are you also testifying?
The licensee.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You'll need to raise your right hand too. Thank you. Do each of you solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Mr. Cranmore, I think you indicated you're not represented by counsel.
That's correct.
You understand you have the right to be represented by counsel?
Yes,
You also understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf.
yes,
Also to question or cross-examine rather witnesses that the state may have to testify against you.
yes,
Further understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued on your behalf by the board,
yes,
and it is your testimony that you're ready to proceed this afternoon.
yes.
All right. I will state for the record that there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. The board may deliberate and make its decision in executive session. Since this is a restoration, opening statements will begin with the licensee. Formal rules of evidence do not apply. Counsel, do we have any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. We would move to introduce exhibits B1 through B8. B8 is the restoration packet that Mr. Cranmore submitted.
Mr. Cranmore, have you had an opportunity to view the exhibits?
I did not receive a folder
They're
from,
currently getting that folder for him.
but I do have the reinstatement packet in front of me right now.
Certainly. We'll give a moment for him to get that copy to you. Do you have any objection to those exhibits?
I don't know if this is an objection. I'm familiar with everything on this page except for the monitoring program. at the very back. I don't know if this is an objection. I just, maybe it could be told to me what this is for and why it's in here.
Council.
The PMP, is my understanding, is the patient's prescription record. So it doesn't appear that you have any prescriptions on here
Okay,
listed.
just confused. Thank you.
No objection.
No objections, no, sir.
All right, thank you. The exhibits will be admitted. Mr. Cranmore, if you have an opening statement, you may make it at this time. Following that, we will have an opening statement from the counsel for the state.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And thank y'all for seeing me today. I want it to be known that I am very remorseful for my actions that led for me to become my actions going into work that got me in trouble in the first place. And then also the non-compliance that happened after that. I'm a very different person and since that time. And I'm very, very grateful, have much gratitude for the opportunity to show the board what I have done to prove that I am capable to go back into nursing. Thank you.
Thank you. Counsel.
Mr. Cranmore is asking this board panel to restore his license in the state to practice registered nursing, and the burden of proof is upon Mr. Cranmore to show any and all evidence as to why restoration of his license or privilege should be restored. Mr. Cranmore was licensed in this state as an RN in May of 2017. On April 21st, 2018, Mr. Cranmore, while licensed and working as an RN, was impaired while at work, having used heroin, Xanax, and cocaine prior to going to work. This board suspended his license in February of 2019. After a hearing in June of 2020 regarding his failure to comply with the requirements of his suspension, this board revoked his license for 1 year and issued its final order related to the revocation on September the 2nd, 2020. Mr. Cranmore has now filed an application seeking restoration of his license. When considering this request for restoration, I ask the board to carefully consider the following factors: severity of the action that resulted in the revocation of his license, his conduct prior to surrender of his license, his compliance with restoration requirements, whether he's in violation of any applicable statute, board order, or rule, to look at his rehabilitative efforts, to consider his competency to practice nursing, and lastly, to consider his ability to safely practice nursing in the state. Thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Cranmore, now is the time for you to share with the board any evidence or comments you have in support of your restoration request. We will allow you to begin with that at this time. The counsel for the state will have an opportunity to ask you questions after your presentation, as well as members of this board panel. At that time, we can then proceed with how you want to deal with your witnesses. And of course, the counsel for the state, as well as members of the board panel, will have an opportunity to question them as well. So at this time, you may begin.
Thank you. So if you'll turn to in the reinstatement packet directly, or in my folder directly after the reinstatement packet, I'm on a page, and I just kind of want to go back to and be completely forthcoming about everything that's happened since 2018 when I first got in trouble at work. It says, have you ever received counseling or treatment connected with the revocation, surrender, suspension, denial of your license? Yes, I went to drug and alcohol treatment at Pine Grove Behavioral Health in 2018. As soon as whenever I got in trouble at work, I decided to admit myself into treatment at Pine Grove. I spent 90 days there. And once I completed treatment there, I went to Oak Arbor Sober Living Facility. While at Oak Arbor, I did well for a couple of months, but I ended up relapsing. I kind of put my recovery to the wayside. I got a girlfriend, and it just didn't work out for me. I put her as number one and not my recovery, and I relapsed. After that, I think that relapse happened in January of 2019. I went back to treatment in April of 2019 to Clearview Recovery. I completed 30 days there. I got out and I went to an Oxford house, which is a halfway house or a sober living facility. Whenever I got out of treatment, I broke up with that girlfriend, and I made AA and my recovery first for a few months. I ended up moving out of that treatment or that sober living facility, and ended up moving in with a buddy of mine who was also in recovery. And we both relapsed around the same time. That would have been January of 2020. And I was relapsed from January of 2020 all the way until August of 2020, whenever I put myself back into treatment at Clearview Recovery for 30 days of inpatient. And I completed that, graduated. And then once graduating from that, I went directly into an intensive outpatient program through Clearview and completed that as well. So that's what I've gone through since then. I wanted to show y'all also the proof of me doing all of those things. If you were to turn to, I believe it says treatment or TX 2020 in the folder. On that tab, I have got my history and physical from the treatment of 2020 all the way through the discharge summary. And then I've also got the intake going into the outpatient program, which is the last 2 pages of it. And also documentation stating that I did complete the outpatient. After I completed the outpatient, I went directly, well, let's go before that. While in the outpatient, I completed 90 meetings in 90 days in Alcoholics Anonymous. I got a home group. I got a sponsor. And it was easy for me to get back into AA. I've been in AA since 2018. I know the people, so it was very easy. So I got back in, got a sponsor, and that's really my home. I moved from Meridian, where I'm from, to Hattiesburg. That's where I live now, and I've got a home group in Hattiesburg and live down there with sober friends. And yeah, so after, let's see what I'm going to next. I'm sorry. Let's see. So we're at AA, and I finished the outpatient. Now as soon as outpatient was over, I started doing or the intensive outpatient program. I started doing therapy through Pine Belt Mental Health Care Resources. That's the next tab over. It says outpatient therapy. In the outpatient therapy, I think the first thing I've got for y'all is, or for the board, is a letter from both of my therapists who I have seen since completing outpatient therapy and inpatient therapy. And they're both just letters stating that they see no reason why I would not be capable of returning to work, that I showed that I'm in remission from alcoholism and drug addiction. And but there's also notes from my therapist in there, from different things maybe that we've been working on, from relationships to how I'm progressing with my recovery status. I believe the first page, though, is from my therapist. My present therapist now is Mr. Thomas Tullis from Thomas and Thomas Consulting Group in Hattiesburg. I've been seeing him more recently. After I had the board asked me to do an evaluation with someone certified in addiction. And whenever I did that with her, she stated that I should probably start seeing a therapist who specializes in addiction. So that's what I did. I started seeing Mr. Thomas Tullis. And that's who I see now. I've seen him, I think, a total of 7 times in all. Now I think it says 6 on here. Now I've seen him 7 times. And we're working on addiction, but the things we're really working on are the things that could lead me back to addiction, and mainly relationships, as I stated before, with a girlfriend that I felt, how I let myself get so involved in that it led me back to relapse. So I'm seeing a therapist now. I've seen a therapist on a monthly basis since completing the intensive outpatient program. And whenever I first started seeing Mr. Tullis, which was probably 4 months ago, I was seeing him on a biweekly basis. Now it's every 3 weeks, 3 to 4 weeks. As I am without insurance, it's kind of expensive, but it's definitely worth it. He's a great therapist, and I feel like I've achieved a lot just in the 7 sessions I've had with him so far. Next, I have the UDS tab, or the urine drug screen tab. I have been monitored by the Professionals Health Network since completing treatment at Pine Grove in 2018. They have monitored me and been there for me through the relapses that I mentioned. So whenever I did have a positive drug screen, they were able to help me get back into treatment. There are no positive drug screens in this folder that I sent to y'all. I've not had it. The only drug screens that are in here are drug screens that I've had since I graduated since I finished the intensive outpatient and the inpatient treatment. So I've also got 2 compliance letters from the Professionals Health Network stating that I've been compliant through everything that they have needed. I've followed every rule that they have, and gone to the AA meetings. They require me to make 3 meetings a week. They were also requiring me to make 90 meetings in 90 days. Let's see. And I've got several drug screens from the time I got out of treatment, which I finished treatment in August. September the 16th of 2020. And my first drug screen was September 21st of 2020. So less than a week later. And there are a list, and then the drug screens after that list, all the way up until the last drug screen. Which is on June the 28th of this year. So just a couple weeks ago. Actually, I got drug tested last week too, but it's just not on here. And then right after the drug test, or the urine drug screens things, and the Professional Health Network compliance letter is my list of AA calendar showing my 90 meetings in 90 days and the 3 meetings a week since then. Now I'm going to turn back to I've done community service. I have one of my really good friends is I don't know what his job title would be, but he runs a sober living facility called the Linwood House. Y'all may have heard of them. They've got some here in Jackson, and there's one in Hattiesburg as well. I've done some community service with them whenever he's been out of town. I've watched over the house, and so I did some community service with him. Got several hours doing that. I've also got some community service hours with Extra Table, which is a nonprofit for feeding the homeless and stocking food pantries across the state. Which is actually, this was started by the boss, the owner of the restaurant that I've worked at the past 4 years, Robert St. John. Next, I have our affidavits and character witnesses. I've got 3 supporting affidavits from 3 different nurses as requested upon the reinstatement. And then I've also got 2 other supporting affidavits. And these other 2 affidavits are from my two managers at the restaurant that I've worked at for the past 4 years. The last page on in this folder, or in this tab, excuse me, is this is a character witness from, it's a written character witness and letter of recommendation from Mr. Robert St. John, the owner of the restaurant that I've worked at, who is also someone that is known in recovery himself. And speaking of character witnesses, I have two with me, along with someone from the Professionals Health Network, who the Professional Health Network are the ones who were drug testing me. And lastly, yes, I believe this is last, are my CEUs, my continuing education hours, which I completed. And actually, I'll be honest with you, in my folder right here, I was counting earlier, I'm missing 2, and I know I wrote down 7 in the reinstatement packet. And I don't know if y'all got 5 in y'all's packets or 7, showing that if you were to actually look at the certificates. But I did complete 7, but there's only 5 in mine. I don't know what y'all have in yours. It must have been messed up on the, or messed up somewhere whenever I was putting it all together. But yeah, so you're looking for proof. The burden of proof is up to me. You know, when it comes to the checklist of things that the nursing board gave me to do, I feel like I absolutely did everything you've asked me to do. But I didn't do all this just for y'all. I did this for me. Getting sober has been, for me, it's been the best thing that ever happened to me. I started using drugs whenever I was probably 19, 20 years old. So for a solid 8 years of my life, you know, it kind of ran what I did. There's no kind of about it. There's times in my life where it absolutely ran everything that I did. Now, I am, recovery is my number one job. I know that anything that I want to do, I can achieve it as long as I'm sober. Because if I'm not sober, I've got something else that's always going to be number one on my mind. I've worked the steps. I've had a few different sponsors. I've had a few different sponsees, and AA is my life. My day consists of, every day I wake up, I work a 6 to 3 shift. I wake up, go to work, and then I'll get off work, take a nap, go to the gym, go to an AA meeting, and I love it. Like I said, one of my best friends in town, I go out to eat with him almost every night. He runs that sober living facility I was telling you about that I did some community service with. And my life really just couldn't be any better right now. It's been the past 2 years. My sobriety dates, it kind of, I don't know. I went into detox on August the 11th of 2020. In detox, they kind of keep you drugged up. So I don't really count that as sobriety. August the 16th, I went to Clearview. And that's whenever I was completely off of the detox drugs. And so my sobriety date is August the 16th. I have been, of 2020, and I have been sober every day since then. And I don't think about using drugs and alcohol. And I can really thank Alcoholics Anonymous and the people in this room for that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Counsel.
Please tell the board your educational background.
I haven't, well, I graduated high school in 2010 from Northeast Lauderdale High School around Meridian. I have an associate's in the arts, and I have an associate's degree in nursing.
From where?
Oh, excuse me, Meridian Community College.
And when did you complete your education?
I graduated in December of 2016.
And when were you licensed by this board as a registered nurse?
I believe it was May of 2018. No, 2017.
Have you ever held licenses in any other states other than Mississippi?
I have not.
And when you first were licensed, where did you work?
I went to the specialty hospital of Meridian.
Is that the only place that you've worked as an RN in Mississippi?
Yes.
And if you would, I think you've mentioned this in your statement, but your license was initially suspended, correct?
Yes,
And then you were non-compliant with the requirements of that suspension and your license was subsequently revoked. Is that correct?
yes,
And if you would, you're saying that your last date of sobriety is August the 16th of 2020?
that was my first day of sobriety.
And do you know when the final order of the board was that revoked your license?
I believe it came in while I was in treatment sometime early September.
And why were you non-compliant with the original suspension?
I was using drugs and alcohol. I wasn't taking the time to see a therapist. I wasn't taking the time to go to AA meetings. And that was my number one objective, was using drugs and alcohol at that time.
And I believe it was your testimony earlier that you started using drugs at age 19, 20.
19, 20.
So by the time you were licensed by this board, you were already using narcotics. Is that correct?
That is
Sorry,
correct.
controlled substances.
That is correct.
And what was your drug of choice at 19?
Pain pills, hydrocodone.
And at what point did that evolve into heroin and cocaine?
Probably, actually, I know I went to in 2013, 2014, I went to Mississippi State for about a year, and just got in, started working in the kitchen and got around people who knew how to do that kind of stuff. And, how they taught me how to do it. And
So how old were you at that time?
I would have been 22, 23.
So you've been a regular user of cocaine, heroin, Xanax since 2013, 14?
Definitely not a regular user the whole time. No, ma'am. From 2013 to 2014, yes, a regular user. While living in Starkville, I totaled a vehicle. My parents brought me home. They knew something was going on. And my parents actually found a lot of drug paraphernalia in my room. Would have been the middle of 2000 or the end of 2014. And at that time they helped me get clean, not through the 12 steps, but just through sheer willpower and keeping me locked up. And so I didn't use anything like that from probably the end of 2014 until I used it again the probably end of 2017. There was about a year of that time I didn't use any drugs, or I drank a little bit every now and then. But between 2014, 2015, whenever I first started nursing school, until my fourth semester of nursing school, I only drank every once in a while. In my last semester of nursing school, I did start dabbling in the pain pills every now and then again.
How did you obtain those pain pills?
Off the streets.
Do you recall when you filed your application with this board for restoration of your license, the reason we're here today? Approximately.
The approximate reason that I'm here?
No, what the approximate date that you filed this restoration application with the board?
The approximate date that I turned it in would have been sometime early March of this year.
You've gone through your treatment, and you've had both inpatient and outpatient treatment. That's correct?
Yes.
And when was the last date of your last outpatient treatment?
The last date of my last outpatient treatment would have been sometime early January
22?
of 2021. Excuse me.
You currently see a counselor other than AA meetings?
I do.
And that's Mr. Tullis?
That's correct.
Is that the only counselor that you currently see?
That I only see, yes. I also see a psychiatric nurse practitioner for medication management.
What medications are you on?
I take trazodone for sleep at night. I take Paxil once a day, and I take clonidine once a day.
I saw in your restoration application that you had a previous conviction for marijuana from 2011. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What was the disposition of that?
Explain disposition for me. Sorry.
What was the outcome of that criminal charge?
I was convicted of that charge. And I had to pay a fine. Also my license was suspended for 6 months.
Do you have a support group outside of AA?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
The people you see here in this room, the people around me right now, the people back there in the back, that's my family. That's my mom, my dad, and my sister. I have 2 nieces. Let's see. I've got the people I talk about in Alcoholics Anonymous. Those are my friends, because that's what I do. I go to meetings several times a week, and if I'm not at a meeting hanging out with those people, I'm going out to eat and hanging out with them, or we go on trips. We went on a ski trip back in February, and these are all sober people, and people that are in recovery. We've got a trip actually less than 2 weeks away where we're going on vacation, all sober people. I can talk to these people about anything because they've got similar problems as me. They've done similar things, and they know what it's like to go through, any type of triggers, which is something that I don't deal with anymore. But it's something, these are people that all of us have something in common. We have a great fellowship.
And I believe I noticed in your package that you completed continuing education courses. Is that correct?
Yes.
And those have been online?
Yes.
But could you just briefly tell this board panel what educational courses you have completed?
I completed managing pain in seriously ill patients with substance use disorders, prescription drug abuse, and known danger signs. I was trying to do some that were related to my offenses and my charges. Hypertensive emergencies, a review. Let's see, a thematic synthesis of the roles of nurses at safer consumption sites. And the last one that I have in here was an update on BLS, ACLS, and PALS.
And I believe you said there were 2 more you didn't include. What were those?
Got them on the reinstatement packet. 1 second. So one would have been opioid use disorders, pathophysiology and assessment. And the other one would have been management of oral care in a rehabilitation unit.
Other than the 2011 criminal charge, have you had any other criminal history?
I have been arrested other times, only charged, not convicted.
Okay, what were your other arrests and what dates approximately?
Approximately, or on the same date as that possession of marijuana charge. So it would have been December of 2011. I was arrested for DUI other. And then also in 2013, December of 2013, I was arrested for possession of a controlled substance.
What happened to those charges?
I completed a course for the one in 2013 and it was thrown out. And the DUI other that went along with that possession of marijuana charge, I took a plea deal. So they only charged me with the possession of marijuana, or only convicted me of.
Is there any other criminal history other than what you just disclosed?
No.
Please tell the board what changes you've made in the last 2 years such that they consider giving you or restoring your license now.
I think I've I think I've gone over it pretty well, but like I said at the beginning, I'm a completely different person than I was 2 years ago. Or whenever I met with the board last, I met with the board last, and it was in the middle of the quarantine as well, and I was just not in a good headspace, and I was using at that time narcotics and or controlled substances and alcohol. And since then, going through treatment and getting as involved in Alcoholics Anonymous like I have, my life has just turned around tremendously. Like my group of friends, and even in Alcoholics Anonymous, my life has changed. I used to try to hang out with, the younger people because like I thought I would get along with them better, but I don't necessarily need to hang out with the younger people. I need to hang out with the people who look like they know what they're doing, who have been around a while, who got some skin in the game. And that's been the best thing for me is I'm around people. My roommate right now who's sitting behind me, who is been in the rooms for coming up on 10 years now. My sponsor now is 35 years sober. And I work at a restaurant with a guy that's the guy who owns it is 35 years sober. A lot of people in the recovery come up there all the time to, support his restaurant, and they see me up there, and I get to talk with them all the time. And so it's really just been a complete head change from how I need to approach recovery and work in the 12 steps, and how I need to approach my sobriety.
Do you intend to continue counseling and to attend AA meetings if your license is restored?
Yes.
Do you feel that your sobriety will fail once you're around controlled substances again?
No.
Do you feel that you're competent to practice nursing?
Yes.
Are you willing to complete any requirements this board puts in place in order to restore your license?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the board panel?
I have a question. Mr. Cranmore, if you recall, I was on your original case. So I have some questions for you. If we choose to reinstate you, do you have any intentions of where you would like to work?
I have thought of a few places. I've got a good friend who works in the psych ward at Pine Grove. I've also thought about working in drug and alcohol treatment. I will say that the psych part of nursing was always interesting to me, but the medical part of nursing was always more interesting to me. So I mentioned the psych ward because that's, like I said, I've got a buddy that works there, and he said that I could get a job there as soon as if my license were to be restored, I could have a job there that also works with stipulations that I'm sure the board will put on my license if it is restored. But I would love to get back into med-surg nursing, and then work towards getting back into the emergency room.
And just to follow up on that, so it is your intention to continue living in the area you are now and not necessarily going back toward Meridian?
No, never back to Meridian, possibly to Jackson, though. I have a lot of friends and family here, all that are positive support people.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question, Mr. Cranmore. Where do you get your prescriptions filled?
I get my prescriptions filled at Pine Belt Mental Health Care Resources.
And that Clonopin, you said you take Clonopin.
Clonidine.
You said Clonopin. All right. You mentioned your headspace. And a good headspace. Define in your words, what is a good headspace?
I think a good headspace for me is that the past week I didn't go absolutely crazy wondering what's going to happen at this meeting because I look at things differently. I have a strong spiritual connection with something bigger than me that I know is in control. So it just hasn't been something that like I worried about this meeting a lot, but it's something that I continuously have been able to hand over to God. So I have been able to do that with all areas of my life, which has just created a different way of thinking for me, knowing that whatever happens is going to happen and it's going to be all right, because I just look at my life now and how great it is compared to how bad it was 4 years ago, that you know, if this doesn't go the way that I want it to go, then things are still going to be okay.
Anything further from the panel? Any follow-up, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Cranmore, do you want to ask your witnesses questions, or do you want them to just give statements on your behalf?
If they could just give statements.
All right. I'll ask that before you begin your statement, that you identify yourself and you may proceed with the statement.
Okay, my name is Chris Stone. I've been sober since August 29th, 2012, and I've known James since 2018 when he came to Hattiesburg to Pine Grove. When he completed Pine Grove, he started coming to meetings in Hattiesburg. And I was his sponsor at one time. And, you know, like he said earlier, he struggled and didn't stay sober. And I can attest that his headspace was kind of all over the place. He was looking for more fun than recovery. And so, you know, he struggled those couple years until 2020 and went back to treatment. And after he got out of treatment, he moved in with me. And, you know, a requirement for staying at my house is to stay sober, to go to AA meetings and be working the program, you know, and not just kind of auditing the meetings, but, you know, being a part of and going early, you know, making coffee and being a part of the meeting. And he's done that for the last 2 years. And, you know, I've really seen him grow up, you know, become more of an adult these last couple years. And, you know, I think he has the tools he needs to go on and stay sober. But yeah, it's been a great journey, you know, with him. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Any questions for this witness, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Any from the panel? Next witness, may just take a seat at the table, please. Thank you. Speak directly into the mic, please.
My name's Garrison White. I've known James for 15 years. I learned a lot about James today. I left Meridian in 2011, and since then, with rare exception, we've kept in touch with each other on the phone, probably about once a month, maybe once every other month. And what I can add here today is I know James to be a very contrite and self-aware individual. And I have noticed, although he's kept a buffer into the detail of everything that has happened, there is a definite difference now compared to times in the past that we've spoken. So that's what I can add for today's hearing.
Any questions, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Board panel, any questions for this witness?
Thank y'all for having us. I'm Tom Wiggins. I'm a dentist from Cleveland and presently serve as president of the Professionals Health Network. I've been sober. I was sitting here listening to him and I thought 23 years ago, I was right there. So anyway, James has hit a few bumps in the road. But the last 2 years, he's followed everything that we've asked of him. He's been on time with his urine screens. We do evaluations several times a year and get them in and talk to him, see him face to face.
sometimes we pick up on things. We hadn't picked up anything on James. He's doing a good job. I know he's going to his AA meetings. His drug screens have all been negative, and, we strongly support him getting back into the real world. So what questions do you have of me? Let me ask you that first.
Council,
I don't have any questions.
questions from the board panel?
I think he'll do a good job.
Thank you, sir. All right, council. Have the floor.
Again, I just would respectfully request the board panel today consider the following factors: severity of his actions, his conduct prior to surrender of the license, his compliance with restoration requirements, whether he is in violation of the applicable statute, board, or rule, to consider his rehabilitative efforts, his competency to practice nursing, and his ability to safely practice nursing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cranmore. You may make your closing statement at this time.
Thank you. I would just like to express my remorse for my actions in the past. And I do hope that that the board has seen today that I have been making a very, very valiant effort to restore my license and to live a life that I can be happy about living. So again, thank you for the opportunity to come up here and present this to you. That's all.
All right, thank you. We actually have one more matter on today's docket. So I'll ask that if Mr. Chris Kaiser is here, that he will come forward and switch places with Mr. Cranmore. We will go ahead and have this hearing, and then we will look at deliberating on both and come back with decisions on both. Mr. Kaiser, do you have any witnesses?
No, sir.
Any for the state council?
No, sir.
At this time, I'll ask that the court reporter swear Mr. Kaiser in, please.
Mr. Kaiser, will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. And can I have him move a little closer to the mic? I can barely hear him.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. This next matter before the board panel is license number R873798. We will follow the same procedure that we have thus far for the previous hearings. We will have opening statements from both sides. Each will have an opportunity to present their argument. We will allow for questioning of witnesses. At the conclusion of the presentation of both sides, closing statements will be allowed. The board will make findings of fact and conclusions of law and will render its decision in the matter, a copy of which will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days of the conclusion of this hearing. There is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. Formal rules of evidence do not apply. Mr. Kaiser, you are not represented by counsel, is that correct?
No, sir.
You understand you have the right to be represented by counsel?
Yes, sir.
You also understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf.
Yes, sir.
You also understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the Board of Nursing in your behalf.
Yes, sir.
And you are ready to proceed with this hearing this afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Council, do we have any preliminary matters we need to cover?
Your Honor, I'd ask that we introduce into evidence exhibits that have been marked B1 through B8, be in the restoration packet that was submitted by Mr. Kaiser. And he also has a copy of these exhibits.
Mr. Kaiser, have you had an opportunity to review those exhibits?
Yes, sir, I have.
Do you have any objection?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. They will be admitted. Or they are admitted. If you have an opening statement, Mr. Kaiser, you can make it at this time.
I'll be brief. I'd just like to thank the Mississippi Board of Nursing and the panel members here for affording me the opportunity to speak here at this restoration hearing. I greatly appreciate that.
Counsel.
Mr. Kaiser is asking this board panel today to restore his license to practice registered nursing, and the burden of proof is on Mr. Kaiser to show any and all evidence why the restoration of his license should be restored. He was first licensed in the state as an RN in February of 2006. On April 24, 2019, he entered into an agreed settlement proposal with Mississippi Board of Nursing, agreeing to 60 months of probation and a 90-day suspension after it was discovered that he was picking up Norco prescriptions for patients but failing to deliver the prescriptions to the appropriate care facilities. His suspension was stayed pending completion of certain conditions within a 180-day period. Mr. Kaiser failed to comply with the conditions of that suspension, and the board revoked his license, entering its final order of revocation on September the 14th, 2020. A few months before that date, in January of 2020, Mr. Kaiser pled guilty to 2 counts of obtaining narcotics by fraud in Rankin County. He was sentenced to 5 years with 24 months of supervised probation and further ordered to attend drug court. He was discharged from MDOT custody on January the 10th, 2022. He completed drug court on April 21st, 2022, and has additionally had his criminal record expunged as of April 28th, 2022. He's now asking this board for restoration of his license, and I would ask the board to consider the factors as outlined in Rule 1.2D 6A through G. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Kaiser, you may proceed.
All right. I had prepared a statement, but I'll condense it down because a lot of these questions are going to be re-asked. Throughout this hearing, it is my hopes that the Mississippi Board of Nursing recognizes my commitment and dedication to my sobriety. I have almost 41 months of documented sobriety, which began February the 28th, 2019, when I self-reported my substance abuse disorder to the Mississippi Board of Nursing. I have completed all recommended mental health and alcohol and drug therapy services, including educational classes recommended by the Mississippi Board of Nursing in my initial agreed order. I continue to attend 3 AA and A meetings weekly, and I subject myself to monthly drug screens since I completed drug court in April of this year. This has been a long and difficult journey for not only me, but my family. The financial toll alone has been enormous. I'm in a much better place mentally, physically, spiritually. I feel that I'm prepared to move forward with my career. It is my hope that the panel here today agrees to restore my nursing license. I didn't realize how much dignity and self-worth was attached to a nursing license until I no longer had it. And finally, if at any time it comes across that I'm trying to portray myself as a victim throughout this hearing, that's not my intentions. I am completely cognizant of the fact that all the obstacles I have to overcome every day are a direct reflection of the choices that I made. This is my fault. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Questions, counsel?
Mr. Kaiser, would you just briefly tell the board your educational background?
I graduated from Leak Academy in 1997. I attended East Central Community College, where I obtained an associate's in science in 2000. And I graduated from the University of Mississippi Medical Center Board of Nursing, where I obtained my BSN in 2005.
And you were licensed in 2006 as an RN by the Mississippi Board of Nursing?
Yes, ma'am, February 2006.
Have you ever held licenses in any other states or jurisdictions?
No, ma'am.
And just briefly, can you just walk us through your employment history after you received your license in 2006?
Oh, goodness.
You don't have to be exact, just
St. Dominic's, I started off at St. Dominic's in the cardiovascular recovery telemetry step-down unit. I then transitioned over to hospice. Do you want specifics or can I just?
No, that's fine.
Okay. Started doing hospice, home health. Then I went to work at an LTAC Regency. But predominantly I've been working home health and hospice in the last 8 years prior to my nursing license being revoked.
So as part of your job with home health hospice, you picked up prescriptions and then were supposed to deliver those to the patient. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, for the hospice. Yes, ma'am.
When did you first become addicted to Norco?
After a dental procedure in March of 2018, I was prescribed Norco, and it just one a day turned into 28 a day.
So did you have any substance abuse issues prior to March of 2018?
No, ma'am. I don't drink, smoke, never had any issues. And I'd been prescribed narcotics numerous times. It was just a perfect storm. I had no issues before that. No, ma'am.
Did you have any other things going on in your life in March of 2018?
Toxic relationship. I was working 2 jobs. I was dealing with some PTSD and depression.
Are you still in that relationship?
No, ma'am.
So from March of 2018, when did you say you became sober? What is your sobriety date?
February the 28th, 2019.
So your addiction issues were for just under a year. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Around 11 months, 10, 11 months.
Was there any other drug that you used or was it only Norco?
It was oxycodone, hydrocodone, Norco or Percocet.
And how did you acquire these drugs other than what we previously discussed?
Initially, they were prescribed by the dentist, and then I began diverting the medication from the pharmacy while I was working for the hospice company.
Do you acquire them in any other manner other than diverting from the pharmacy?
No, ma'am.
Do you still have those, I hate to use that term, but cravings for Norco?
Honestly, I do not. Drugs were just a byproduct of my initial problem. I don't have cravings, desires to use drugs. Once I completed the detoxification in March of 2019, I felt that was it. But no, ma'am, I do not.
Have you attended any treatment facilities?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Have you attended any type of treatment facilities? I know you
Currently,
said you were detoxed in March of 2019.
I completed Region 8's inpatient residential treatment. I then completed Region 8's intensive outpatient program. And then I completed Region 8's 2-year aftercare program. And I've received mental health counseling, drug and alcohol counseling through Region 8, which was completed in August of 2021.
Are you currently seeing any counselor?
Not counselor, no, ma'am. I see a nurse practitioner that prescribes the current medication I take, but that's it.
And what is your current medication?
Ambien for insomnia, obviously.
I saw in your restoration application that you previously entered into an agreed order with this board related to gambling addiction.
Yes, ma'am.
So prior to your Norco addiction, you had addiction in another realm. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Gambling. Yes, ma'am.
And tell me about that. Is that resolved?
It has. I have not gambled since that was 2011, I believe, is when that all happened. I entered into the agreed order. I think it was 24 months of probation, which consisted of 2 Gamblers Anonymous meetings a week, followed by at least 12 months of mental health counseling, which I believe all of those were completed in July of 2013. And all the stipulations were removed.
I noticed that it said that you had to self-exclude. How long did you self-exclude?
It was, I think it was 5 years, but I'm assuming I don't go to the casino, so I don't know.
So you've been able to maintain To avoid the gambling addiction.
Yes, ma'am.
That time.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a support group?
I do. I attend 3 AANA meetings a week. They're all virtual. Lion Rock has really been helpful for me. But I also have I don't have a particular sponsor. I have a group of sponsors, and what it consists of is 13 guys who are either in the recovery nurse program here in Mississippi or they've been through it. And we text and we talk and we kind of bounce things off of each other. So there's no commitment to one person. There's 13 of us, and that's worked really well for me.
And have you taken any continuing education classes?
I have.
November 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
What are those?
These were all recommended in the initial agreed order. The first was understanding substance use disorder in nursing 2.3, followed by understanding substance use disorder in nursing 3.0. Dual diagnosis, understanding co-occurring mental illness and substance use disorder, nurse manager guidelines for substance use disorder, ethical legal issues in nursing through Hines Community College. I have maintained my BLS and ACLS recertification, and I am currently obtaining my certified peer support specialist certificate this week. Actually, I'm in training to become a certified peer support specialist.
Do you have any other criminal history other than what we discussed?
I have no pending charges, or no felony convictions or misdemeanor convictions. No, ma'am.
Been arrested any other time?
Arrested with the gambling issue back in 2000 and that was 9, which kind of what led to all this. I entered into a non-adjudicated probation, so it's been vacated, excuse me, and expunged.
Is that the only other arrest you have?
To my knowledge, yes. Other than the obtaining narcotics by fraud, that was all expunged and vacated. There was a charge with that possession of stolen property, which is kind of where all this initiated from, but that was dismissed after an investigation.
There's a charge of possession of stolen property in relation to the narco theft or in relation to your.
It was actually, I bought something off Facebook Marketplace. It was reported to be stolen. Once they did an investigation, it was dropped. But when they came and arrested me, my fiance gave the police the empty pill bottle. So that kind of led to this. So
What changes have you made in your life in addition to receiving treatment, attending meetings, having a support group? What changes have you made?
a lot. I'm not working near about as much. Obviously, I can't. Well, that was the biggest problem. I think that I was working 2 full-time jobs, and I realized that money's not everything. My mental health, I do a lot of education online. Going to the meetings every week really helps. Talking with the support group honestly helps more than anything with the guys that I'd mentioned, my support group. Self-inventory every day. I try to look at where I was, where I'm at, where I want to be. But my focus now is having my nursing license restored. And hopefully, I'm only in my 2nd week I work at Hines Behavioral Health as a certified peer support specialist. And they hired me based on my personal experience, not my professional experience. So far, I hope that helps me cope and move forward in my life. Because before, I was hiding the addiction. No one knew. Now I work somewhere where it's actually embraced who you are, the struggles that you have, because everyone else is having those same struggles. So that's the biggest thing to me.
Are you concerned that your sobriety will fail when you're around controlled substances again?
I'm really not. I don't run in circles of drug dealers. So my drug dealer was work at that time. And I obviously haven't.
That's what you're asking to get to
Yes.
do it again, is restore your license so you can be in that same environment. Are you concerned that your sobriety will fail if you're back around controlled substances on a regular basis?
No, ma'am, I do not. But I am aware that will, that's going to happen. And the only way to know is to be exposed. But I do not foresee that being a problem.
Do you think you're competent to practice nursing?
I do.
Do you think you can safely practice nursing?
I do.
Do you acknowledge what impact it has upon patients when you divert narcotics from a patient?
I'm not trying to justify my actions. I wasn't diverting from a patient in need. It's wrong. I'm pleased to understand it was illegal. I was diverting from the pharmacy. The patient, actually, they had no idea the medication was prescribed. They didn't need the medication. It was all on paper. Again, I'm not trying to justify, but to me, diverting from a patient in need is different than diverting from a pharmacy. Again, wrong. But I've met nurses that divert from patients in need, actually shooting up the patients to lauded at the bedside instead of giving it to them, giving them saline. I'd like to think I would never do anything like that.
You are diverting from the pharmacy and not diverting from a patient.
Yes, ma'am.
Should this board restore your license, are you agreeable to complete any requirements the board implements?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions.
Any questions from the board panel?
So I have a question. I'm confused. So the narcotic was not prescribed for the patient?
It was, it's hospice. I was the case manager, and we're the eyes and the ears, everything. The doctors rarely, if any, see the patient. And these patients were in a facility. It was an assisted living. And on paper, it was like they were being prescribed the medicine. Had a hospice chart, but it wasn't in the facility chart. So the facility members had no idea it was prescribed. It was only in our chart. And I was taking the medication from the pharmacy in the patient's name, but it was never being delivered because they had no reason to believe it should be delivered because there was no order in the assisted living chart. Does that make sense? Wrong, I get it. It was completely, but that's I had found a loophole in the system is what I'd done. So.
You said you just started as a peer support specialist.
Yes, ma'am.
What are your intentions if you do get your RN back? What are your intentions? Are you going to keep that job? Are you going to get a second job? What's
My goal right now, obviously, is to have my license restored. And they are, the Hines Behavioral, they hired me knowing that I was coming here today. And their goal and my goal is to get me into the certified peer support specialist role. And then once my license is restored, if restored, I will then transition into a nursing role within Hines Behavioral Health. That's the plan. So.
Are they concerned about your history of PTSD and the psychological aspect of the job? I know sometimes with previous psychological issues such as PTSD, being in that environment,
Yes, ma'am.
it sometimes serves as a catalyst, and they don't perceive that as becoming a potential issue.
This is my second week there. So for last week was orientation. This week I'm in training. So they are aware of all of my mental health background and the substance abuse disorder. No one has expressed that. They told me the best thing to do is to work in this position. And, it will help you by helping others. So, but again, we're only in the second week. So, but they are aware of the situation. Yes, ma'am.
Anything further from the panel?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Kaiser, you can give your closing statement at this time. if you have one.
All right. I feel that I'm in a much better place. Like I said, mentally, physically, spiritually. I feel that I've proven myself worthy of a restoration of my nursing license, as evident by my 41 months of documented sobriety. One doesn't realize, as I've stated before, how much self-worth and dignity is attached to that nursing license until it's gone. This has been a long, difficult journey, but a learning journey. I believe that recovery is definitely a journey, but I also feel it can be a destination if you choose it to be. I look forward to returning to nursing and using my personal experience and with substance abuse and mental health to hopefully help others.
Thank you, counsel.
Again, I would just respectfully ask this panel consider the following factors for restoration: severity of the actions that resulted in the revocation, conduct prior to surrender of the license, compliance with restoration requirements, whether he's in violation of the applicable rule, board, order, or statute, whether, ask that you consider the rehabilitative efforts that he has made and his competency to practice nursing and to do so safely. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, entertain a motion for the board to enter closed determination as to whether deliberation is necessary on these two matters.
I make a motion that we go into closed determination session to determine if the executive session is needed.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Now entertain a motion for the board to exit to executive session for deliberation on license number R 906311 and license number R 873798.
Make a motion that we go into executive session for deliberations and state license numbers.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. The board panel is now in executive session and will return shortly with decisions in each of these matters. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are back on the record. Entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session.
I make a motion, the board panel goes back into regular session.
I will second it.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The board panel is now back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number R906311, the board panel renders the following. Reinstated with the following stipulations. $500 fine. There will be 60 months probation. However, I'd like the record to reflect that the licensee has completed 2 already, which would result in a remaining 3 years worth of probation. Indirect supervision, prohibited areas of practice, not including addiction treatment facilities, maximum hours, continued AA/NA attendance, drug screens, support group sponsor and home group, quarterly reports. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days of this hearing. Are there any questions? Mr. Cranmore, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You're excused. Following deliberation on license number R873798, the board panel renders the following. Reinstated with the following stipulations. $500 fine. Probation of 5 years. Indirect supervision. Prohibited areas of practice, not including addiction treatment facilities. Continued AA/NA meetings. Quarterly reports. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee within 30 to 45 days of this hearing. Are there any questions? Congratulations, Mr. Kaiser. You may be excused. Is there any further business before the board panel today? All right.
Make motion to adjourn. And welcome to the team, Deanne. Okay, great today.
5 tomorrow, 1 with an attorney.
Me, or is it me downstairs while I'm doing that?
Yeah, he's been going.
Edward, see you the next.
Yeah, we'll see you all in the AM.
I gotta go look for formula too.
Bye, Shan.
Hi, see y'all tomorrow.